we're back. Minecraft 1.12.2, Mayan Fantasy Reforged, Astral Sorcery, Arcane Archives, and a few other bits and bobs. We're jumping right into it by making those containment chalices. Now I don't know, I'm trying to make 3 at a time here, which is going to require watching for the beams and feeding it additional aquamarines. I mean, I expected this. It's part of the high-level craft procedure. What I don't know is if it'll finish just one, or if I'll somehow need to place all 15 of these. I guess we'll find out now. We got 5 down. It's not asking for more. We get 1. Alright, let's make 2 and 3. More evidence of astral sorcery being very slow for pretty much no reason. I'm also going to have to make that observatory. Which is going to be a bit irritating because we've skipped a few steps in astral sorcery, so the observatory is going to involve some preliminary microcrafting. And I'm wondering if I have the aquamarine to even go forward with that. There we go, 3 chalices. Part of the point of these chalices is to try and produce more aquamarines. And another part is just to make this more efficient. So I'm going to place this thing right here and fill it up with all the starlight it can take. Okay, that's full. 24 buckets is full. Now whenever we run this thing, it'll consume trace amounts from here, and it will stop devouring buckets from the structure. A win for everything involved. Get another 24 buckets in there at least. And then this nonsense. I have had a thought. Hey Cheech, welcome in. That's not the origin block. This is. Give me that. And also, give me this. Just for the moment. My plan right now is to change this up. So the lava is extended as far as it can go just to get here. So there's no risk of it flowing any further. Because the Starlight lava reaction happens when Starlight touches flowing lava. Yep, the floor is still here. We also reached level 30 in Astral Sorcery at the end of yesterday. Turns out that's the level cap. And my perk setup is not ideal at all. Okay, so what we're going for here is to place lava and have it stop flowing on that block. If it goes onto the sand, which it is, we've gone too far. Now, is it doing that because it's flowing to the side a tad? Okay, that's what we're looking for. That is exactly what I wanted. It stops right there. So I then put this up here, then that becomes sand immediately, and there's now no risk of it turning into... there's no risk of the lava flowing down. And from here we can just go, boop, and the sand is infinite. The sand is eternal. %2 chance, remember. Hoppers aren't fast enough, I've tried. But yes, hoppers are a good thought. I can even just safely stand here, because the sand doesn't become solid. And we just collect absolute tons of sand. Now this alleged 2% chance is supposed to be 2 shale out of every 100. The math don't math, does it? Oh, I just got my second one. But the good news, anyway, is that we've managed infinite sand. Without effort. Without burning tool durability. It just kind of happens. And then we can turn it off by breaking that torch and figure out what to do with this ridiculous amount of sand. Definitely something on the list is turning it into glass. And is one of these sand? Yes, one of these is sand. Perfect. The one that is sand is gonna need a devouring charm, because it's going to overflow. Can I sneak more fortune onto this shovel? No. So I guess I will hang on to these until our fortune levels improve. And there's one other thing which I've already kind of forgotten. One chalice, two chalice. This one can have a lever, which turns off its ability to interact with nearby chalices. Just cram a bunch of Starlight into the tank, and then we cram a bunch of lava into the other tank. And these just look crazy, don't they? If we flick this lever off, then these two chalices should be allowed to interact with each other. But that seems to be not happening. There it goes. The lever was actually in the way. Yes, it's still just creating sand, though, so I don't know what I've accomplished here. I don't know. The major upshot is that it's supposed to consume less fluid in this interaction, but doing it this way doesn't consume any fluid, and doing it this way is consuming some fluid. So I don't think I've done anything intelligent here. Besides create a very energetic cube of floating lava. Yeah, it's real pretty. It just doesn't do what I wanted it to, and doesn't do it even more slowly than our existing solution. Okay. Well, that was a bit of a disappointment. Next up, I get to try and respec myself. I'm in my subworld, where I do all my testing. I did try the shifting star, and what that does is it removes your attunement entirely. So my perk web, my 30 levels, everything would just go gone. I would have to reattune myself to one of the root constellations and start completely over. The other thing is that due to the level cap being 30, and the perk web being this big and complicated, means not only is it impossible to unlock the entire perk web, it's impossible to unlock even a significant fraction of it. I'm just in this little tiny section in the lower left here. But with a bit of planning, it is possible to get more of these power perks. And it's definitely advantageous to not get all the other roots and to ignore things like increased experience gain, because that hasn't really appeared to be useful at all. So what I'm going to try to do is use the irradiant star and hope that this text means I keep my skill points. Shift to a new route. Gathered starlight can be meditated into new perk resonances without having to start over. Let's see if that means what I think it does. Of course, the thing is, all the perks I want are still in this lower left section. Everything else is things like bleeding, which I don't like damage over time bleeding, for the same reason I don't like fire. If a mob dies to fire, or bleeding, or wither, or any one of a number of damage over time effects, the fortune effect on your weapon doesn't apply. So if you have a fortune of weapon, and you want to farm mob drops, you don't want any damage over time effects on that sword. Things like this are great for PvP, but I don't PvP, so not really relevant. This one here, Calling Strike, might be useful against Minotaurs, because they do that thing where they suddenly decide they want to stop taking damage when their health is low. And then there's this, which is just critical damage and melee damage up by kind of a staggering amount. But what I really want is to keep mending, to keep stone enrichment, to keep hiking boots, and also to pick up spatial manipulation, and possibly trash to treasure. That one's kind of optional. I don't think I have any better options in the region. So to that end, I'm going to try to refocus myself to Visio and hope that this doesn't completely destroy my everything. It requires a Visio focus crystal and a base shifting star, so we'll make the star first. We're looking at my last bucket of Starlight. And I'm not producing anymore. Yeah, I kind of tanked my Starlight supply with those experiments, didn't I? I guess we'll get it back the only way we really know how. With cheap, long-lasting crystals. Alright, 4 runed, 2 illumination powder, 2 stardust. I'm running low on stardust. I may have to make some more star metal. Fortunately, I have plenty of iron to do that with, and a much better setup upstairs to produce it. So that's the ingredient list for the shifting star. Next step after that is 4, 5, 6 stardust, 2 more powder, 4 feathers, and 2 star metal. That looks right. And we need any old junk crystal to attune Divisio. Is Visio even in the sky? This does not look like a Visio setup. And it's not even nighttime. So this whole thing is kind of stuck until nighttime. I mean, I can make the shifting star because our Starlight production is so great that it doesn't even have to be nighttime to do things like that. Hooray for ridiculously overpowered collector crystals. And I guess I could spend some time farming up star metal. And then hope that we're at some part of the lunar cycle where... Come on, brain. It's not that early. At some part of the lunar cycle where Visio is actually in the sky. Because burning extra days on this is not something I need to be doing. The only thing I need to do here is assemble the Visio craft. And I've already forgotten what everything else goes in. So feather top and bottom, star metal left and right. Stardust at the ends of the cross. And the remaining 6 items are placed during the crafting process. And I'll just make some more star metal ore using our other super-powered collector crystal. Which is so much faster than that shrine crystal we used to use. There's just more risk of falling to our death. Two more. And we leave the rest up here, because it's critical for our crystal growing process. Time is still not on our side. That's okay. There's one more experiment I can think of to pass the time with. An item that I've wanted to craft and try, but just haven't gotten around to it. It's over here in early engineering. The parachute. Simple enough to craft, thread, a bunch of leather. The most demanding thing in here is the engineering tools, but we've had those for a long time. And that's made in the carpenter, yeah? Of course. Almost everything is. Crafted with a tier 1 needle. To be expected. Thread was part of the craft. Also, while we're attuning crystals, I can think of needing a second one. We'll talk about what that one's for in a few minutes. Oh no. This is another one where the engineering tools have to be at full durability, and that makes no sense. Now, before we go diving anywhere that we shouldn't, how do these work? It doesn't say. They just allow you to safely drop. That's all it says. No mention of how they're activated. Oh, that would do it. You right-click with them. Well then, let's start over the pool. There we go. It's kind of flickery. Very flickery. But it's working. We're technically riding it. And it's technically made of blocks, even though it really, really doesn't have to be. The very slow turning, like frame by frame as it flickers into a new rotation, is really strange. Anyway, let's grab these. And a constellation paper for Visio. Oh, good. Have a crystal. The other one I'm going to need a attuned crystal for is Lucerna. And for that, I'm going to be making the observatory. With all of its micro-crafting and fused glass nonsense. There's a zombie hanging around somewhere, too. Not really impressed with his nonsense. Is Lucerna not currently in the sky? Oh. It is currently in the sky. Alright. Have the other crystal. Oh, you made it. Oof. Offhand item. Apparently I have to make that mistake at least once per stream. Odd, I hit that zombie while sprinting, which is supposed to be a damage boost. Instead it did less. Endermen losing their minds in the rain. I didn't build that as your umbrella. Get out of here. Oh, this means I can now go up and craft the Visio Star. Where'd the words go? It won't teleport unless the words... There we go. Astral Altar. Zip. Attune to Visio. And let's begin. Stardust. Illumination powder. Feather. And repeat the 3. Now let's see if this does what I hope it does. Well, I'm still level 30. That's a good sign. Alright, available points 30. It's a complete perk reset. Good. That is exactly what I wanted. And I had a plan. I may have mentioned, but I consulted an online perk planner for this mod. Kind of wild that something like that exists. So there's mending. Stone enrichment. Spatial manipulation. Hiking boots. 5 points to go. I could get just shy of one level of fortune. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Couldn't reach luck. Attacks have a chance of disarming. For 3 points? Considering how often we face wizards, zombies and skeletons with weapons, minotaurs, that has potential. Certainly more potential than whatever this is. I mean, what does it consider a trash item? Does it mean if I hit Q on a stack of cobblestone, or try to throw a stack of cobblestone into my storage system, would that make it evaporate? This one's a good thought, but it raises too many questions. I think I really like the idea of having a chance to disarm, given how many of our opponents are armed. So that's 1, 2, 3, and that would leave us with 2 more. Chain mining. From experience, this one's really dangerous because it also applies to stone, meaning my nice and flat floors that I like to carve for mining tunnels would become very chaotic. I get to an attack speed increase with those last 2 points. Which it looks like that's pretty much all I'm within reach of, unless I go for effectiveness, effectiveness, effectiveness. No, that's 3 points. I could grab Breaking Aim, and then this effectiveness, and then I have 1 point left. Increased perk experience would be useless because we're maxed out. Another 5% effectiveness. But the small percent of max life doesn't seem great, but it might be useful. Mining speed. Huh. Movement speed and reach. I didn't look at what the actual perks were that we're looking at here. What do I have for reach right now? Lots of increased effectiveness. Dodge chance along mending for some reason. I got more reach here by a bunch of percentages. Let's just grab the disarming strike. Wow, that's just 10% melee damage right there. Let me grab the perk effectiveness. And then we can go 5% effectiveness or 5% damage. The 2% move speed and reach, I don't think would be as good as grabbing a more broad effectiveness suite. 5% movement speed, maybe. Oh, 15% increased life recovery? That's huge. I'll take that one. And that's it. That's our personal constellation now. All 30 points spent in as high value ways as I could think of. Next thing, we need to make the observatory. This is what the Lucerna focus crystal was made for. So we can't even make this yet, because first we have to make infused glass. And we can't even make that yet, because to make one infused glass, we need a colored lens. Any colored lens. Ignition looks like a fairly cheap lens, although I don't like spending that kind of blaze powder. Break technically could be even cheaper for us, because we have tons of all these materials. Damage, flint, iron, growth, sugarcane, just a bunch of aquamarines and some plants. That's a gas tier, that's off. Push, a couple of pistons. This one honestly looks cheapest. So 4 glowstone, 2 pistons, 2 aquamarine, and a glass lens. Plus 2 glass lenses. Plus 2 glass lenses. So that's 5 glass lenses. Plus a little extra stuff. I've got 2. Wait a minute. Glass lenses can be made with Starlight infusion. So that's what I'm going to do. Another side benefit of using the containment chalice to feed this machine is that it's much faster now, too. Much faster. And it consumes Starlight by the fractional bucket. When it chooses to consume Starlight at all. Point 2. Point 4. So it's not even consuming whole buckets anymore. And it's faster. And I don't have to monitor the structure to make sure that any of its things are missing. So we just have all kinds of benefits going on here. One of the reasons I seem so confused when I look for things in these 4 chests is because in my off-stream game I have things filed differently. And there's just too much change between the two to correct for that. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Pistons. Two aquamarine, 4 glowstone. And that is the central lens. Now it's 2 more lenses, 4 stardust, 4 resogems. The stardust is why we made so much additional star metal ore. A star metal bar, or ingot, grinds down to 1 stardust, but the ore grinds down into 2. You cannot then turn stardust into bars, but that's fine. They serve different functions. Why is this an odd number? I don't need 1 here. 4 here. And the 4 resogems, and that's it. So we're back in here to make resonating gems. The containment chalice is just it's a crucial upgrade for this structure. The only way to make it better is if I had an ender tank sitting right here, collecting Starlight from my collection system and pushing it in here automatically. So as long as I had liquid Starlight at all, I would have it buffered in this system. We lost 1 of the gems. You also can't automate putting gems into these. I have tried. Hoppers don't work. I mean, a fake player might, but I don't think I have anything that classifies as a fake player. Okay, so I have the colored lens, and then the infused glass, and then I need to collect things for the actual observatory telescope itself. So 4 nuggets, 6 runed, four gold ingots, and that's the main craft, and then it's 4 illumination powder, 2 nocturnal powder, and 2 stardust. The trouble with the nocturnal powder end of things is we left all our nocturnal powder in the nether. That's okay, we can make more. And this should be absolutely everything we need to just go straight to the observatory telescope. I'm going to need the Lucerna crystal. I can't believe I remembered that. Colored lens. Upgrading to infused glass. Now I think we're ready for the big one. That's not Stardust, that's Nocturnal. And that should do it. Maximum overshiny. Now the only issue here is that we have lost nighttime. Otherwise, it would have been great to kick on this observatory thing and start looking for constellations immediately. Okay. I didn't hear the pickup noise, so I was briefly very concerned the observatory might have just vanished. I'm just going to take a whole bunch of these blocks. How am I doing on regular marble? That's a good amount. What I want right now is a semi-safe place to look up and watch the stars. Huh. Something could just walk up this tree and get in here. Well, this tree's gotta go. Oh. It's that weird hole where the chicken always is. I don't want to turn left because I still want to eventually break the rest of this. So we can just have the full black sky dome. In fact, why don't I do that now? What? Why did you take damage, you silly chicken? There is nothing over there that can hurt you. I guess it just bumped its head on the stone. Though why they have to be so rudely loud for their own stupidity is beyond me. That sounded like a grass block. That's bad. This dome is a little bigger than expected. Ow. I hope that's big enough. It is. I'll place one there. As this chicken continues to kill itself by completely failing to understand how ceilings work. Not unlike the dragons of the Nether. Alright, complete Star Dome finished. There is now no more indication while we're in this dome that we're actually inside a room. And now I think I know how much further I have to go doing this before I can turn left. That chicken is just going to continue to be a pain until it finally dies. So also, the spatial manipulation perk is very weird. I still find myself trying to move so that I catch block drops that no longer happen. It's a difficult habit to break. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. The perk apparently doesn't apply to lumber axe drops, which further supports the implication that lumber axe works differently than a normal tool block break. One, two. No, don't do that. 3. 4. Keep to the pattern. And I should be far enough from that glass that I won't interfere with the sky dome. Especially if I make another small left turn. And here is where I will build my actual observatory. And now that I'm here and considering the actual build, I want another door. Yep, chicken killed itself. Stupid, stupid chicken. Two, three, four, five. Four. That zombie's gonna find a way up. But not if I shut those silly doors. All this observatory is just a platform to hold that. It works more like the old telescope, except it has access to a huge amount of sky. And it can see things like this, which I think I know what this one is. Or at least what this one looks like. Apparently not. Oh, I got it backwards. But yeah, I think this we're looking at Galu here. So it's like this instead. That'll be it. We'll keep scrolling around here like, oh, there's another one we don't have. That's only 5 stars. What could that one be? Probably Altaria. That'll do it. And continuing to scan the sky, slowly scrolling left, bouncing up and down. I don't think we'll find anything else. No, there's nothing else here that is undiscovered. the regular telescope might still see some utility as well. I think there's one more constellation that I can identify with it. But the conditions under which that constellation appears are very particular. So now we have our observatory platform. And I just need basically to block off this staircase so this doesn't happen. Which is unfortunately going to continue to happen until I solve the problem. That being the very small problem of this being a direct route straight into my base from the outside. Not my smartest move. I wonder if I have enough marble to maintain the illusion. I don't think so, though. And our marble stock is pretty intense. But I don't think it's quite that impressive. It's looking pretty close, though. That's not where that should be placed. Oop. For this, I really don't care what the build looks like from the outside. It just needs to be secure on the inside. And that is going to involve a ceiling. As we listen to the threatening sound of that guy, I knew there was a creeper around here. Get out of here. This will be an interesting effect. Opening a door from the indoors to enter a very dramatic outdoors. Let's get some windows in here too, just because that'll cut down on the amount of marble I need to use. Alright, now I can't have a row of blocks here because I'll just smash my face into it. So this needs to extend one more block out at least. And that is high enough that I don't head bump on the way down. Very important to me to not do that. Some people, we know, don't take that into account when building things. Oh, that's too close. Hitting my face against it. This needs to be pushed a rank back. I just put that right back in the same place it was. And that's it. We're sealed. The pathway isn't completely marbled. Oh, and it's not completely sealed. There we go. We've got windows. The windows don't look the best, but they get the point across. It looks a little dark in places, but the floor blocks themselves aren't dark, and that's all that matters. There. And the best part is, it's now nightfall again. So we can just come right back out here. And it's too bright right now, but we'll be able to see what new and fascinating constellations are ready to show themselves. Nothing new that this telescope can see. Our big one, there might be a new faint out there. Probably not, though. Nope, we're all the way back to VCO and Galu, so... nothing new to discover just yet. What we have uncovered is ulterior is tenacity. Increased focus for rituals, whatever that means. And if we use it on the refraction table to enchant, it applies durability. So maybe that's resistance and unbreaking. It's not really clear. It's really hard to untangle the poetic language of what these things do. Alcara we haven't found. Gaelu. Frigidity. Makes tools harder to break, condenses air to slow your fall. So this is unbreaking and also featherfall. And also fire protection. So this is a lot of potential in one set of enchantments. And as a ritual modifier, it increases its area of effect. Voruks we haven't found. And then we're back to the other ones. Lucerna we understand. Permanent night vision if used to enchant a helmet. And as a ritual, prevents hostile spawns. If I made a ritual that was a powerful crystal attuned to Lucerna and then sub-attuned to Gaelu, it would just ban monster spawns in a vast area. I could make my home base almost perfectly safe, not unlike a beacon or do conduits exist yet? Boots. Boots creates animal breeding and also makes them randomly produce resources. Oh boy. Twitch is now telling me that I'm not broadcasting at all, so this one's definitely going to split. Why don't we make ourselves a ritual crystal? I'm suddenly liking the idea of a Lucerna Gaelu monster spawn ban crystal. Yeah, it's been like that for a couple of days. I've been stubbornly trying to fight my way through it, but Twitch does not want to function. At least not without a fight. I just don't have the available Starlight to farm crystals. Well, technically I do, it's just all in here. Which I should probably just take back. I said take back. I want to take from there, not place more in it. It's going to make me do it manually. That crystal hasn't split yet, so it needs to keep going. And this can stay with 2 buckets, that's fine. We'll even let these run and hope something happens with them. I doubt they will. It's just tons of sand. %2 chance, remember. 2%. Pay no attention to the wildly flashing light as this lava block is repeatedly exposed and then covered again. I can't believe it let me walk over that theoretical sand block. And this crystal just does not want to split. Ack! Well, that was a waste. It placed it placed the Starlight bucket and the cobblestone block at the same time, placing and then immediately blotting out and destroying the Starlight. Okay, sand falling in there. Oh look, we got one. One. in an entire inventory's worth of stacks of sand, we got one aquamarine shell. %. I'm sure somebody knows what 2% means. But it's not what just happened. Keep the Starlight coming. We're up to 23 buckets. That's pretty good. I don't have anything left that needs to use tons of it. But crystal farming is no joke. And the fact that a sand block fell in to the crystal pool completely stopped the crystal from interacting with the Starlight. So that's nonsense. We're up to 2 aquamarine shale. Again, this 2% chance does not feel real. I think it's a 0.2% chance. It looks like Twitch has gotten his act together, so while I am definitely having to resplice this VOD later on, right now things might be stable again. But the good news is, if we ever needed glass, we just have infinite glass. Technically, by using the same method, Astral Sorcery can also produce infinite clay. And it does this by focusing a beam of starlight on a sand block, and that turns it into a clay block. It finally split. which means now I have to farm both of these to get their size back up. But right this second, I should probably go take a peek at the observatory. We're just using all the consecutive nights to check the sky for new and interesting constellations that we have not yet discovered or unlocked. Oh, there's one now. That's an interesting formation. 1, 3, and 2. What are you? Alcara. So it goes like this, and then splits into the Y. Any other new star formations in the sky? There are a few yet undiscovered. Who is shooting at me? On my platform of invincibility. Oh, Galo has moved. It used to be right next to Vicio. Now it's right next to Boots. How could a skeleton take a shot at me? I see. Apparently I'm going to need to get some more marble and make a small lip on this structure. Anyway, we've discovered Alcara. Resonance. All things in the universe have harmony. The light of this constellation corrupts those vibrations, twisting them to other ends. It appears on only 2 nights of the lunar cycle, half a cycle apart. So it's a weird one. Blocks more easily separate from their surroundings, possibly silk touch. Fish of the sea are drawn to them. That sounds like lure. Drinkers see themselves fade from view, so that would be invisibility. Instilling symbiotic resonance can greatly increase the power of a note. The slightest discordant infection can corrupt even the most beautiful of sounds. That doesn't tell me anything useful. I think that means it inverts the rituals. Whatever that could mean for some of them. There is also, notably, something else about constellations that I haven't even touched on. Also up here in Radiance, we have the Mantle of Stars. This is a very powerful chest piece that, again, I kind of question how well it interacts with Mind Fantasy's armor. But you make the Mantle of Stars, and then you can attune it. And an attuned mantle, which can only be aligned to a single constellation at a time, can be very potent. And that requires going through all the constellations again. So Armara, Refraction is protection. Its ritual pushes mobs out and reflects projectiles. Its mantle creates temporary protective barriers, a recharging shield. Makes a lot of sense for a defensive attunement. Evorsio. It's efficiency, it's destructive efficiency, possibly strength. It destroys any blocks nearby. The cloak allows you to break down walls with ease and severely damage hordes of enemies when one of them dies from your hand in proximity to others. So apparently killing monsters makes them explode. That's what I'm reading. And the TNT helps with that interpretation. So that was Evorsio. Let me get away from all the mob noise as we continue to look at the others. Dissidia, offense. Now, Evorsio was deadly and explosive. Dissidia, the actual offense constellation, this is strength. So if this is potions of strength and sharpens tools for sharpness and empowers bows, then what does destructive efficiency mean for Evorsio? Haste, perhaps. Creates a damaging field. Its mantle draws strength from your enemy's blows. When you are hit, it stores a portion of the damage you took, and you return that damage. And then we ban the spin. Vicio. Vicio is speed. It allows flight in its ritual area, which also combined with Galu for increased range could be kind of wacky. And its mantle is an elytra. The Vicio mantle is just an elytra. There's another slight caveat to this. Over here in the perk section, if we had gone down here specifically, this perk changes the Vicio mantle from elytra to true flight. But we didn't do that. It's just an option for people who want to fly. Avitas. We know it's regeneration, we know it grows crops. The mantle, who asked you? Get out of my house. I'm busy holding a little lecture here. Your hunger recovers, you have an aura of healing, and plants can change into other plants. Not sure what that means. Don't really like it. Maybe if we were playing Witchery, but this is nowhere near the correct game version for Witchery. Boots. Tools causes rage. Oh, this is Silk Touch. Blocks can be harvested with more care. Imbibing a potion causes satiation. So, potions of food. And then it makes animals breed and produce resources. The boot's mantle causes flares to flock to you, following you in your travels and aiding you in combat. So those little purple lights that happen sometimes near astral sorcery processes, they become allies and just kind of follow you around. Mineralis. This is fortune, creates minerals like my perk. And what this does is while holding a block in your hand, it will highlight nearby identical blocks in the world. So if you silk touch a diamond ore block and hold that in your offhand, you can now X-ray all diamond ore blocks within an unknown radius. Very helpful if you need to find rare ores, like maybe wolframite, if you can silk touch wolframite. It also works for chests. You could hold a chest in your offhand and locate dungeons. Orologium remains undiscovered. Octans. We've already looked at this one. Octan's mantle prevents knockback, underwater breathing, and aqua affinity. Fornax. Fornax is kind of important to me, but for a dumb reason. So we've looked at this one. It gives us the Scorching Heat enchantment. Drinking potions imbue you with fire. Don't know what that means. And melts or burns things in its ritual. Its mantle effect. I wrote this. I was in Hellfire's Discord, and he was asking for suggestions for how to describe the power that this mantle gives you. I wrote this description, and he decided to use it. So while you are on fire, you gain regeneration instead of taking damage. So fire damage heals you instead of hurting you. And while you are on fire, blocks that you stand on melt. Pelotrio. This is the monster spawning one that gives you infinite ammo. And summons Vigor, which I think is absorption. The Pelotrio mantle creates animated tools that mimic your behavior. I don't know how this will work with Mind Fantasy. But imagine you're mining with a pickaxe, and your mantle just produces a clone pickaxe, which starts mining alongside you. Or you go tree chopping and start creating cloned axes that also cut down the forest with you. I've seen videos of this happening. It's a little wacky, but I've never used it myself, because the mantle is kind of expensive and it's not the greatest of armors. Especially not in a mod like Mind Fantasy, where the base armors are way off the charts. Lucerna. Night vision prevents spawns. We're making a crystal of this. The Lucerna mantle gives mobs glowing and highlights mob cages, spawners. At least that's the idea. Well, we haven't discovered Boruks. Well, these faint ones don't have mantle attunements, so we are done reading. Now it's back to farming. And one of these is only 45 in size. That is tiny. What else we can do while we're waiting for these? Because it's been a hot minute since I went down and set up the Ember Boar. Hopefully those two crystals don't despawn while we're out. That would be a big disappointment. So we'll just try to pop down here and then back up as quickly as possible. You just spin and spiral down the tunnel. Hear that mythic ore twinkle. You are out of fuel. What have you produced? Grit. Lots of grit. Lots of shards. A bunch of crystals. And I don't know what mundane stone is. Now, I know all this ember crystal looks like a lot. It's really not. Because it's used in everything for embers. You burn it as fuel in the generators. It goes into pretty much all the crafts. It's a very high demand material. So we'll need to feed that boar some more. Our crystals. I mean, stuff is happening with the crystals. Is stuff happening with our Starlight? Because having tons of this is going to be very important. Also, what is the mundane stone? It repairs things, apparently, but only axes. I don't know what I'm looking at. But it really looks like mundane stone is... Okay, it can repair maces as well. I guess it's a semi-universal repair material that's rarely dredged up. That's the best I can make of it. Rain. I would like to go back to my observatory and scan for some more constellations, but it being overcast and raining makes that impossible. Yes, astral sorcery takes that into account. And what's worse, you know how I keep saying that we haven't discovered Orologium for a good reason? Orologium appears one night in a Minecraft month. It only appears the night after a solar eclipse. Solar eclipses happen about every 30 Minecraft days, approximately. And they're irritating because it means that you have a day where the entire middle of the day, when it should be brightest, it's dark enough for mobs to spawn. And then the day right after that eclipse, it is possible, well, not possible, it's guaranteed that Orologium will appear. If it's raining the night after that eclipse, you're out of luck. No Orologium for you. And the reason it's so rare is because it's a very important and powerful constellation. The Orologium ritual accelerates time, which is incredibly potent for things like my perk, any other ritual, like take the Mineralis ritual that causes ore to spawn. Imagine accelerating that with Orologium. You just turn an entire region of stone into ores instantly. I'm gonna go get some cobble. What am I hearing? Oh, that makes sense. Also, I spotted a shooting star thing. It's up there. Where's it going? We grab these so they don't despawn. And change of plans. I want to see what that shooting star is about. It's already gone. Well, I guess no shooting star exploration for me. That's a block. These are technically blocks. Motive core is a monster drop. And bath heater belongs in this box. Actually, I should move all this stuff into here. Now that that's done, I can completely repurpose this floor into a larger crystal farming pit. After we address the floors. Everywhere I go, the stone becomes more valuable. Mostly a good thing, also a little frustrating. There, more crystal farming space. And now it's back to not watching paint dry, but watching crystals wet. Once again, easily the dullest part of astral sorcery is farming these darn crystals. And the only other option is to just re-roll them, completely randomizing their stats, which means I'd have to keep trying for 100 purity, and then I'd need to build on their size anyway. So it's not exactly a faster method. I think I could accomplish the same thing here with a half block instead of a torch. And maybe then I could set it up so it was on a piston trigger. So a toggle switch. Oh, that works too. It definitely toggle switches if I accidentally spill some Starlight down there. Whoops. Cobblestone in the offhand again. One day I will remember the state of my offhand before doing something that changes. Whereas that is not today again. One more aquamarine shale. Yay. Whoops. Why did I even do that? Of all the things I didn't need to use, that's probably the top one. was trying to open my pouch. Unlimited sand factory. Random diamond. Oh, and that was iron. And lead. Jeez, there's so much stuff out here. It's all because I exist. I just didn't bring enough cobblestone to mine all this. I'm out of Starlight. That's okay, this one's 900. So we can turn this one into... Actually, we're not even done yet. I can't ritual crystal yet, because I need 2 crystals for a perfect ritual. So, having run out of Starlight is kind of a big deal. It means that this little project has to be put on hold. I'm also completely out of rock crystals except for these 2. So my entire supply now depends on splitting these. I guess I'll need to wait for my Starlight to come back. Well, what else do we do in this broad daylight? We can't go looking for the desert shrine because it's daytime. I know what we can try and do. Wait, why is that dark? There should not be a patch of darkness over there. Stop being weirdly dark. Not allowed. But I know what we can do. And this too will be very weird. We're staying in engineering. And oh, here's an option, the advanced tanner. So the tanning rack, as is, it's kind of annoying. And I haven't processed a lot of our hides yet. Because it involves placing a hide and right-clicking and right-clicking and right-clicking with a knife. And it degrades the knife as well, which I kind of need for kitchen purposes. That's where the auto tanner comes in. This advanced tanner uses a few mechanical parts and any knife, so I can just make a copper knife. And it processes hides on its own instantly. So we have 4 iron struts, an iron frame, 3 cogworks, and 2 bolts. I need more bolts. Also, I remember struts and frames being kind of annoying. But, you know, this is the path we've chosen for the time being. While I'm making struts, do I need struts for anything else? 4 for the tanning rack. We have our crossbow. 2 per cogwork shaft. That's going to be nasty. Because cogwork shafts go into the cogwork suit. And that's 4, 8, 10. So 10 shafts, meaning 20 struts, plus 4 struts, 24 struts. Each strut is a steel bar and 2 iron bars, not to mention rivets. $24. 48. And then 48 rivets. Which we do have. Engineering tools at the ready. Time to make a bunch of iron struts. Oh, and 24 flux, so I can hunk the steel. Oh no, it's also nighttime. Hold them, hold them. Hang on a minute. We have all the time in the world to make our steel nonsense. But constellations are visible only for a limited time. Like this one. And its strange pentagram +1 shape. That can't be Velotrio. Ah, it is Vorux. Vorux is a big M with 2 little parts that stick out. And we can look up what Vorux is in a minute. In the meantime, my forge is burning fuel, but I don't care. What? How did you get up here? You walked up the tree. I left convenient nearby trees again. Okay. We've discovered Vorux. I will read up on Vorux in a little bit. Ow! Put that back on. Making dumb mistakes. Trying to do too many things at a time here. Huh? Oh, I see. Go the rivets. Rivets are going to be a little more temperature sensitive than the steel. Grab those, add the iron. I know flicking the bellows doesn't do anything right now, but it makes me feel better. heavy hammer. And the rest of the steel. There's our struts. Next up, iron frames. Made with more iron and steel, and rivets. Need one frame for the tanning rack. One frame per cogwork shaft. So that's another 10, 11 frames so far. And then frames also go into cogwork armor. We're at 18, 23, 24, 25, because this is also related. 25 iron frames is 25 iron, 25 steel, and 75 rivets. We don't have 75 rivets. But that's what all this spare iron is for. Let's keep that fire going. Also, 50 flux. It's always in the last box I open. Huh, that's a stack of rivets already. Two stacks of rivets, and I think I'll call this extra half stack of hunks a wash. Now I'm going to turn this iron into hot hunks, and then do the same with the steel. I'm gonna be juggling these a lot, aren't I? Maybe I just need another set of tongs entirely. I don't have any spare tongs, do I? No, I broke down all my other tongs. I'm gonna be cheeky and just throw these out. We'll manage them in a minute. And then same thing with these hot iron hooks. They're just going to be casually tossed out as we stretch really far. It is very unorthodox and unwise to do it this way. And they're not even at workable temperature anymore. I kind of expected that would happen, but it's still annoying. Iron frames can require steel at the walls, and then iron in the corners, which won't stack, of course, and then rivets across the top. And everything has to be the right temperature at the right time. What's worse is, if I remember right, iron frame is one of those crafts that mysteriously requires the engineering tools to get full durability. So I'm going to be repairing my engineering tools between every frame as we make these frames in bulk. To say this is less than ideal is a gross understatement. Yep. One hot iron frame complete. And we have a bunch more metal to juggle. And engineering tools that need to be fixed. Oh, this is going to continue to be a dance, isn't it? I can put this iron here. And if we get this steel up to temperature, then I can make something happen there as well. There, less juggling. Oh, hooray, we also broke the repair kit. That's okay, I have more. That one broke too. That's fine. That's why we have the cheap ones. In fact, I'll just put that right there. Commit to being cheap. Why did I put my repair kits in there instead of the engineering tools? It's just a matter of time until some of this metal gets too cool to work. And then we just throw it in the lava bath and start the whole juggling routine again. This right here is needlessly irritating, but I'm pretty sure that every crafting recipe that demands engineering tools have their full durability is a small bug in the mod. Whether or not those bugs are worth being fixed by the developer remains to be seen. I just grabbed that hot iron frame barehanded instead of my engineering tools. And somehow it didn't burn me. That is a gift horse kind of situation. Our lava fuel ran out, and so has our rivet supply. Blast that up to temperature. Try and get these frames finished. Something's not right here. It looks like my math was off. Somewhere. Did I mess up on the rivet count? I definitely messed up on the rivet count. Need 5 more rivets. I really don't know how I made that mistake. Must have had something to do with the stack limit, since we were very close to the stack limit. These are hot enough that I'm not going to have to worry about them getting too cold. Fix this one last time. We made the last frame. Now, bolts. We need 2 for the tinning rack. 4 per cogwork shaft. So that's 42 bolts right there. Also, how do I have this extra iron? I think because I gave up on rivets. Bolts are made in 2s. So 42 is 21 iron and 21 steel. I don't have the steel. Time to make more steel. I don't have the strong flux to waste on this either now. And the prepared iron ore. Well, I can get more iron, but not more steel. I also think I missed a night. I was too busy banging on metal to notice time passing. Oh boy. There we go. Full of charcoal and prepared iron. I'm gonna guess 20 is the correct amount of charcoal to smelt all this. I doubt it, but 20 is a good start. And we have 2 bolts. I could just make the tanning rack. And then worry about the rest of the bolts later. Because there's our 3 bronze cogworks. 2 bolts. And a lever. And also a knife. It can be any knife. And we happen to have a whole bunch of bronze. Since the quality of this knife doesn't really matter, I'll just use a bit of low-grade stuff. Let's get this bronze bar into a workable state. And it's already gone over. Bronze does not have much of a temperature tolerance. And only 1 bronze. I mean, the temperature just flies up. Right, lever, bolts, cogworks, the knife, a frame, and 4 of these struts. This means our tanning rack here can also be broken down for the reinforced wood. Which isn't really a huge deal, but it's something we can do. Next problem. That iron is going to come out of the blast furnace as pig iron, which is going to require coal dust, and lots of it. The funny and shocking thing is, charcoal grinds into coal dust. Don't ask me why. My thoughts are too befuddled by the screaming of the quern. How is the pig iron doing? Half a stack. Fuel basically out. So 20 was not the correct answer. Our Starlight, 7 buckets. Not enough to go back to crystal farming. More ores all over my walls and ceilings. Just everywhere. I could have specced out of this perk. I could have been free. But no, I am too greedy. I had to turn my home into a mine at all times. No, not cobblestone, stone. That's a good block. We've collected all this stuff for the system. Last furnace is still a-blasting, and we're done. No more charcoal. Pig iron complete. I just need to finish grinding this charcoal so I can pound some extra carbon into this pig iron. There we go. Stack of coal dust. Stack of pig iron. Another bucket of lava. Don't need my spanner. I don't, well, I might. We'll hang on to it. We do, because we need bolts. Bolts are not made with spanner, though. Getting interrupted and having to make steel for bolts has made me kind of lose my train of thought a bit. I have forgotten the count of bolts that we need. I think it's 40. Our steel comes out hot, technically workable, but very close to being too cool. So I'll just happily reheat that. So it's 40 bolts. Each bolt is going to be another fluxed steel, which, surprise, surprise, we're out of flux for. Alright, 40 flux. Steel back up to temperature. Oh no. We're gonna go back to juggling. It's too many hunks to keep track of in a single batch. Alright, and bolts are in a 4 formation. Like that. This steel is actually extra steel. So this steel you can cool and keep. Most of the hot steel hunks are too cool now. That's not even how bolts work. Bring them all down a step. $40 bolts. That's 40 iron. Which we do have, because iron is a very common loot metal. Oh dear. I've made a slight miscalculation. Bolts are made in twos. I'm in the process of making 80 bolts. This was a mistake. That's okay. We can salvage some before we go too far. That's fine. Now we have the 40, the 20. We need 10 intricate cogworks. And 10 pistons. 10 intricate cogworks is 10 bronze cogworks and 10 tungsten. I have the intricate. I have the tungsten. Let's hunk some tungsten. I am just now realizing that another night has almost passed completely. Quickly, to the observatory, though it is probably too late. Old stuff, old stuff, old stuff. Okay, so we didn't miss anything. Back to being a dwarf. A dwarven engineer. We're still missing pistons. 10 pistons, at least, is a very easy thing. Sticky pistons don't count. 10 pistons is 30 planks. cobblestone. Pistons and pistons and pistons and pistons. We are now ready to cogwork shaft. Which is going to be the stuff of Spanner. Two to go. Alright, 10 shafts, 14 iron frames. I know that a furnace goes into this whole nonsense. Two eyes of Ender and more rivets. More rivets. And more rivets. 14 rivets in all. Of course, we're out of fuel again. That's okay. Fuel is cheap and plentiful. I happen to have exactly 2 eyes of Ender. Two shafts, 2 frames. And I didn't even put the rivets in yet. Come on, rivets. Cogwork helmet block. Oh, one more over. 3 frames and 2 frames and 4 shafts. Cogwork legs block. Cogwork chest block. And we also need this pulley for 4 more rivets, 2 frames, and 2 cogworks that I did not account for. 2 frames, 2 cogworks, 4 rivets. 2 frames, assembly for cogworks. 4 rivets. And a redstone block was in there. Stop standing on stuff. Okay, it is made on the anvil. So we got the frames, we got the cogworks, 4 rivets to temperature. And this doesn't come out hot. Now this is about 20% of what we need to make a cogwork suit. The other 20% is plates. Lots and lots and lots of plates. Because this is just an unarmored suit. To put armor on the suit requires we pick a material and then make 6 plates plus 6 huge plates. And the huge plates are 2 plates. So that is 18 plates of any material of our choice. What we have for plates is nothing. Sorry, 16 plates. Right? 16 plates. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 plates. Every plate is 2 bars. So there's 36 bars of the target armoring material. Fortunately, it tells us all the stats of every armor, its weight, and its armor value. You also have to worry about its melting point, because that determines how resistant it is to fire and lava. So we could actually make black steel. I have enough black steel. Blue and red steel, kind of off the table. Silver and gold, armor rating 600, as bad as tin and copper, just don't. Mithril. I don't have that much mithril. Adamantium we haven't even tried. And then the upper 3 we still can't make. And there's composite alloy, which is, they say it's recommended, but it's one of the heaviest, and it doesn't have the most protection. Star metal, as bad as tin and copper. Dawnstone, we can't make that yet. Lead, lead plating has its own problems. Aluminum that's pretty lightweight. And then electrum, as bad as tin and copper, as heavy as silver and gold. And nickel, 890, is aluminum, but heavier. So black steel may be one of our best options. Unless I go all the way down to iron, with armor 1000, compared to 1400, 75 kilograms to 90. I don't really understand what the weight affects. We could also do steel technically, but it'd be a waste of steel. And it's only 100 armor up on iron. 400 is a bigger boost, although black steel is ridiculously more expensive compared to iron. Blue or red, also a crazy expense. Honestly, mithril might be a good idea, if I can make that much mithril. We've got the silver. Do we have the mythic? Not really. Now, while we're fussing about with materials, and considering the next move, allow me to reveal the plan. The plan is to build this cogwork suit and take it to the Nether, which, from experience, I have learned it can't go through a Nether portal. So we're going to build it in the Nether. And I'm going to use it to... Are you okay? How long has it been vibrating like this? Nothing on main scope that we don't already understand. There's just not a lot up there tonight. Known or unknown. Yeah, that's the whole sky. There's nothing else up there to be discovered. At least not right now. Who knows how many one-night only constellations I've missed. The reason why I'm saying that you can't take the cogwork armor to the Nether is because it's too fat. It is basically 2 by 2. It's like riding a very large horse. So I can't build it indoors, because I wouldn't be able to get it through the door coming out. It is 2 blocks wide and 3 tall. So it needs a lot of space to walk. And you can't jump. And I think because it's so large, it stops right here at this edge of the nether portal and bangs up against the back wall and can't come through all the way. So I kind of wonder if I can't fix that. Just by opening up a little more space back here. Oh hey, there's already a young dragon. But that's what I want to use this armor for. Hunting dragons. Because it has several advantages. Among these advantages is its immunity to fire and ash. So the blinding breath of the ash dragon wouldn't apply. I'm trying to remember where I was when I got attacked by like 4 dragons at a time. It was up here. So yeah, my intentions are to hunt dragons with this extremely heavy suit. Which is going to involve forging a path up here that the suit can take. And also building a scaffold to actually construct the suit in a relatively safe area. Oh, I was also going to try and increase the space behind the portal to see if that would help the cog suit pass through it. I'll check and see if that helps, but I'm still building the suit on this side. Plating. Go back on the plating question. Obsidian 1290, Black steel 1490. I think it's going to be black steel. Just as good as I can get without being the best and most expensive. Six, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, doubled. Prepare for plates. And the huge plates are each 4 rivets. 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, 24. I guess I'll forge these plates, and maybe that can be one of our last things today. Up to workable temperature. Give it a little more, so I have a little working room. Plates. And then some of these need to be quadruple riveted. And this makes for one of the largest constructions in the mod. Over a half stack of metal beaten into a single item. A single exceedingly expensive item. Uh-oh, unexpected lava? Could you not? Dragon... I don't see it, though. Which is just a major problem with these dragons. You just can't see them half the time. Uh-oh. That's going to be a problem for me in about 20 seconds. Make that now. Yep, here comes the cavalry. And there's a dragon in the ceiling. Well, I came here to fight dragons. Would you like to stop suffocating in the ceiling and come and get me? You! This way! I think he's a little stuck. Apparently our darts are helping ever so slightly. I wanted to go up there and hit him with looting, but that's a big risk. Now, what happened to all the stuff he dropped? I can only assume I got it. There was a multi-pickup noise. Huh? I am flying on a ghost block. Very, very stuck. And there's nothing I can do about it. Maybe there is. Help. Nope, that worked. And it didn't kill me. Yeah, that cobblestone, that nether rock, the nether rack block right here is the block I was trapped in. Oh, they're mad again. Offhand thing. Just give it a rest, guys. Nope, here they come. Look at all these weapons. I did not come here expecting to collect a ton of weapons. I came here to build a machine lab chamber. this is basically it. Two entrances and exits. Our important cogwork frame in the middle of it all. And floors updated to gas-proof. In here, replace cogwork chest in the middle, helmet above, legs below, and this spanner installs the cogwork pulley on the top center block. There are 2 more steps, but before I do that, I want to grab 4 doors and maybe some half blocks just to experiment with. I don't have any doors kicking around. Look at all this netherrack. This definitely needs to go in a trove. I have a trove. Why is it going into the box? I have a small half slab supply. But it is 1 half slab. No, that's exactly as many as I need. More netherrack. How to get there? And I'm going to need some rivets in pocket. Put slabs on this side just to see if that works. And now, spanner makes the cogwork suit. Plating. Oh. Bolts. It wants bolts, not rivets. Also, there's a Minotaur party going on, so there's that. That's the thing over there that happened. How are you not bad? Also, I got the disarm on him. So that perk works. The Dread Minotaur is a lot less threatening when I have this kind of reach. But anyway, besides the bolts thing, the last secret of the Cogwork armor is that it runs on coke. It has to be coke. And it runs on a lot of coke. To the point where I need to make more coke. But we apparently need 16 more bolts. So I guess it's a good thing that I accidentally made spares. I've got all this extra stuff to break down now. I was not expecting encrusted level gear. But while we're here, as a demonstration of this thing, boom. Instant leather. And what's more, I can do it again and turn it into strips immediately. It's that quick. Oh, this will be interesting too, this wand. In the nether. So I think we're ready to take this suit out for a spin. It has another ceiling dragon and mysteriously suffocates itself. Oh, so I have to apply one bolt at a time. There we go. Now it's armor. But I can't get in because I'm wearing armor. So my own armor has to come off. I'll kind of put that in pocket along with the spanner and anything else I don't need immediately. Now we're in the suit, which is loud. Okay, I can fit under those half slabs. I had wondered. while inside the suit, if you can ignore the noise, we are technically invincible, and what's more, we have no stamina, or infinite stamina, depending on how you choose to interpret that. All for the cost of all this racket, and constantly burning coke instead. It also increases our base strength. Look at that. 5 dragon health bars. Where are they all? I came here to hunt dragons. Not these worthless pigmen. Okay, you want to head this way so I can collect your tear? Just move a little more to the right. I could get a tear down there. Get over here. This way. Fine, just go down. Did that drop anywhere useful? Nope, that went in the lava. Now it claims we can't jump. I am clearly able to jump. It's not a very impressive jump, not even a full block, but it's technically something we can do. The reduced visual area is a big deal, though. Come on, where are all these dragons? Also, riding this walking train means minotaurs can't pick me up. Being picked up by minotaurs somehow keys into the mounted system. It makes you ride them like a horse. And I'm currently riding this suit, so no picking me up. This may also invalidate Electroblob spells like Bubble, that also technically make you ride something you don't want to. I'm also immune to fall damage in this thing. Just complete immunity to damn near everything. You just have to worry about the suit's durability. Its own health bar needs to be repaired. And of course, it drinks Coke like crazy. Oh, let's test if I can get it back through the portal. Oh. What's all this? Oh, can't fit through here. Too low. Nope. Even with my modifications, it will not nether portal. So this suit is permanently stuck in the nether. If I want an overworld one, I'll have to make a second. Now, in addition to all that wonderful noise, and being able to hang the suit up here on its thing, I can take off the bolts and take off the armor. And this is so we can repair the armor with a repair kit. Speaking of which, might want to bring a repair kit in here, so I have an easier way to repair the armor on location. But there we go. We have a dragon hunting suit that costs coal coke to keep fed. I didn't test it with the wand though. That's okay though. The wand just sort of works. Ooh, I can jump to just passively move up. We are flying now with our feet. It does mean I can only defend myself with a dart spell right now, which is not ideal in any way those words have meaning. It makes us very vulnerable to dragons. Look at all this nonsense. Look here, you. The Astral Sorcery perk of occasionally disarming is making these weak damage spells very powerful. Because it means there's a chance I can just invalidate a foe's a foe's ability to threaten me, even if I don't get the kill. Also, fun fact about pigmen. At least on these older versions of Minecraft, if you can instantly kill a pigman in one hit, then they can't call for help and anger all their friends. If you must fight pigmen, and you don't want to cause a scene and attract like 40 of them to come get you, try to one-shot them. I think that's gonna do it for the day. We have a lot of stuff to break down tomorrow. Some ambitious dragon hunting based things to try and do. And possibly more astral sorcery progress to think about. It must be a new night. Let's check on the observatory, see if anything new has popped up. Just do a spin at the highest altitude. Bring the elevation down a bit. Keep spinning. What? How did you get here? I destroyed all the Oh. I left the outside of my staircase as another staircase. How did I not see that? Okay, well that's a problem we'll have to fix tomorrow. Not tomorrow. Wednesday. Tomorrow is Tuesday. I take Tuesdays off. Look at all these obsidian swords. Oh boy. And there's so much more junk and gear in here that I need to deal with. Why am I carrying advanced repair kits? Almost all of my stuff is enchanted now. I should be carrying ornates, but I haven't made any. I need to upgrade my repair kits to ornate as well. So we have some things to do for next time. The to-do list is set. Did I take all the frame blocks? Yes. So they wouldn't have stacked. The valuable loot is not especially valuable anymore. We're simply too rich for most of it to matter. Alright, so tomorrow's to-do list is going to involve upgrading some repair kits. I'm going to take these in my inventory as a statement of intent, so I don't forget what we're doing. The gold will be implied here. Actually, that's the last stack of jerky. That's not even a full stack of jerky there. This box is now also in the breakdown section. And we'll figure out the rest Wednesday by ear. For now, that'll do it. I will see you next time.